Good. Good. Colin, how about you, friend?
Um, Probably dance. I just don't like to sing that much.
Okay, fair. Fair. Amina, what about you, friend?
Probably dance.
Okay. Nice. Dexter, good morning. Got the man bun rocking it. Would you rather be able to sing really well or dance really well?
Sing.
All right. That's it. Just sing one word.
I mean, I I like to sing when I'm alone at home, and I really don't like the sound of my voice. So yeah, sing.
Nice, nice. Asia, what about you?
Yeah, I will also say sing too.
Nice, cool. Aaliyah, how about you, friend?
I'd probably rather be able to sing.
Nice, cool. Well, thank you, friends, for sharing today. Week 6 in physics should be a pretty easy one if you felt like you did good last week, because we're going to use the same stuff this week. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask you guys to go in breakout rooms like we always do. And first off, I don't know if you know who's on the screen, but who's on the screen is Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg was huge when I was growing up in high school and college. I love Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg's one of my favorite artists, and he's still big now. So, one thing I want to talk to you that relates to music, relates to singing and dancing. If you would, just briefly in your breakout room, talk about Snoop Dogg. And then we have one problem we want you to solve as a group in our breakout rooms. Now, I do want to remind you that one of the important things that is going to be a big help for you is the formula sheet. Remember, the formula sheet is here to help you. Here are the 5 formulas we're going to use. You just have to pick which one. For example, if it talks about acceleration, you can't use the first one because it has no acceleration in it, but you could potentially use any of the other 4, depending on what you have. So quickly, don't forget that this formula sheet is going to be super helpful for you. So we're going to ask you to breakout rooms, and here's what we got. I'm going to copy this and put this in there too. I'll put it in the chat right now for you all. Oh, Damien, that's important, right? Damien's like, don't forget sometimes V initial is 0. Don't forget that, friends. But I'm going to put you in your breakout rooms again. We'll give you about 5 minutes. Maybe less. But Snoop Dogg, what's your opinion? Or do you have a favorite Snoop Dogg song? Or do you even know who Snoop Dogg is? And then calculate this one problem using one of the formulas. Remember, you can't use all of them. There's specific formulas you need to use based on the information you're given. So we'll put you in those breakout rooms. And if you would join your rooms, please. And I will put up the breakout rooms just in case anybody doesn't know where you're supposed to be going. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
I'm sorry, I got a bloody nose.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. Sorry about that. Are you okay?
Yeah, I had to rush and join the class, but well, so I'll get into the breakout room now.
Okay, sounds good, buddy. All right, friends, welcome back. Thanks for being here today. Appreciate you. Just want to do some review. This is a good review from last week. I want to remind you, these are all the variables we have. We have a D, we have a V final, we have a V initial, we have acceleration, and we have time. Those are our 5 physics variables that we use when you describe motion. Can anybody read this problem for me and tell me any one of those? Any helpers today? Okay, see a chat. Good. Amelie says something, and Katie says something. Good. Amelie says D is 4.436 meters. Damien says initial velocity is 0 meters per second. Katie says time is 0.951 seconds. Amelie says A is question mark. Those are all the good things we know. Now, important. Does this say anything at all about the final velocity in the problem? And the answer is no. So that means in this problem, we don't have that. So that's just something you can't use. The reason why that's super important is because that will eliminate some of your formula choices. So based on that, if I just go back and I share with you all the physics formula sheet, I can't use the one that has V final in it. It also has to have A in it, also has to have B in it, and T in it. So let's look at this first one. This first one, doesn't have A in it, can't use it. Second one, doesn't have B in it, can't use it. Third one doesn't have B in it. Can't use it. Fifth one has V final in it. You can't use it. So that tells us that we have to use this fourth one to solve it because it's got D, it's got T, it's got VI, and it's got A. Y'all feel okay about that? Okay, I hope you feel good. You're like, okay, well, that makes sense. So I'm going to go back here. And I'm just going to put another little thing in here and put my formula in there. Okay, now I just plug in variables and solve. I know this is 4.436 meters. This is 0 meters per second. Times time, which is 0.951 seconds. So far, hope everybody's feeling good about that. It's just plugging in and chugging stuff out. Plus a half, which I like to put in decimal form. Times A, which we don't know. Times our time, 0.951 seconds. That whole thing, quantity squared. Now you just do your algebra, and I'll just continue on to show the algebra so you can see how it works, how easy it is. You learn this maybe like in me, I learned it in like 6th or 7th grade. I don't know about you guys when you did it. Something sticks with you. I'm almost 50 years old and I remember stuff from 7th grade. So this we haven't done anything to. This is 0 times that. Anything times itself is 0. Now I need to do this work. What you do is you take 0.951 and you square it and then multiply by 0.5. So I'll do that on my calculator and I'll share it just to show you how you do it. You can do it any way you want, but I'll just share with you. It was 0.951 quantity squared times 0.5 or times a half. So I get this. Any questions on how I did that part? Okay. So then I know 4.4. This is how they made us do math in the old days. I don't know if you guys had to do this, but this is how they taught us to do it. Row by row by row, you show all your work. Anyways, this is meters squared per second squared. Just to make sure I show my units all the time in my work while I'm doing this. Times A. Now there's only one last step. How would I get A by itself, friends? How do I get A without that stuff by it? Put in the chat, what math do I need to do? Do I need to add, subtract, multiply, divide, square, square root, inverse tangent, tangent? What do y'all think? Put it in the chat. Everybody think, how am I going to get this stuff right here away from A? And the correct answer is you divide. Because this all right here is just a number with a unit. And that's timesing by A. Because remember, any numbers that are next to each other and letters, they're just timesing. So all I have to do now on both sides, and I'll put that in my pen, is divide. I have to divide all this. And if I divide to one side, I got to do the other side. I got to divide by 0.452. And you don't subtract. Some of you guys said subtract. You don't subtract because this is not adding anything. They're multiplying. The opposite of multiplying is dividing. So if I divide that side by that, I got to divide this side by this. And somebody said you take the square root. You don't take the square root because the only time you take the square root if it's like A was squared. If A was squared, then you need to take the square root to get A by itself. But that's not happening to A. A and that other number are just multiplying. Yeah, Chase said divide both sides. I don't need to multiply. I don't subtract. I don't add. The only thing you do is divide. So I'll just take my handy dandy calculator and take 4.436 divided by 0.452. And I get this, friends. And I'll paste that in here just so y'all can see. And I don't want to use all that stuff. How many sig figs, just as a quick reminder, all the stuff we talk about in physics, how many sig figs can we use? Put that in the chat. Go back and read the problem if you need to. Put in the chat, how many sig figs do you need? Thanks, Amelie, you're 100% right. Ayla, great, you're right. Chase, you're right. Yeah, Shooter, you're right. We can only use 3, so let's walk it back, because there's a lot here. So I got 9.809. What should that turn into? Because that's 4 sig figs right there. Everybody, please put in the chat what the answer should be. If I have that big long answer, and I need to go to 3 sig figs. Damien, that's only 2, so no, not quite correct, buddy. Good, Caitlin. Good, Shooter. Good, Amelie. Good, Damien. Good, Asia. Yeah, if we walk that back, that becomes this. So that's just a little review on how we do our math, how we show our units, how we write our variables, how we do sig figs. That's just big review on kinematics. Any specific questions about this problem or the formula sheet or anything in general? Okay. Well, I got about 1 minute of notes for you today, and that's it. This week, we're to talk about vertical kinematics. That's when you have an option and it falls towards the earth. It's called free fall. So this is when you're falling in the Y direction. Here's what happens. We are all on Earth. I'm assuming that we're all on Earth. On Earth, here's what happens. In free fall, A is the acceleration. It is caused by gravity. So that's the huge thing this week. Your acceleration is always going to be the same value. In G, we just calculated in class. G is 9.81 meters per second squared. That's what G is. Which means in this week, when we talk about objects falling towards the earth, the A value is just a G. So it's literally all the same formulas we've used for the past 3 weeks. Except for, instead of A, you see a G. So, if you wanted to, and you didn't have to, we could add even more formulas. Here's our formulas from last week. I can now say this. G is equal to V final minus V initial divided by time. I could say V final equals V initial plus GT. I could say D equals VIT plus 1/2 GT squared. Or I could say V final squared minus V initial squared equals 2 GD. All the formulas are the same. Now, I do want to mention this. If you're on the moon has way less mass than the Earth. Since the moon has way less mass than the Earth, the gravity value is smaller, so that acceleration would be smaller. Or if you happen to be on Mars, it'd be different. Or if you're on Jupiter, Saturn. If you're any other planet, which I don't think any of you are, but if you were, that value would not be 9.81 meters per second squared. That only applies on Earth. But please note, we're going to base everything based on Earth, not on the moon. The other thing I need to tell you about this week is this. We are going to pretend that air resistance doesn't happen. Because it would make all of our math way more messy. And so here's what Galileo did. If you don't know who Galileo was, he was this old Italian guy. He dropped two objects from the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I actually don't know if that's true, but that's the story I heard. Dropped two objects. Weird. They fall at the same acceleration. 9.81 meters per second squared. The only thing that would happen, let's say you dropped a feather versus a ball. The feather, since there is air resistance, the feather will take longer, which it shouldn't. It doesn't accelerate as much because of air resistance, but we're not including air resistance at all in any of our calculations. We're going to pretend air resistance does not exist. Just because otherwise it makes the math messy. Yeah, so Damien, that's gonna bring up something I said, so I'll ask that. We'll talk about Kepler's laws later, Aiden, so we can talk about that later on. We're not talking about Kepler today, but we could. We will. That's one of our units at the end of quarter 2, I think. We'll talk about Kepler. So, I hope everybody gets that this week, the only difference is you're going to think you don't have acceleration. But you do. It's G. If something is free falling, the acceleration is gravity. It is G. It's 9.8 meters per second squared. That would be the same if you and I jumped off the school. We would both accelerate towards the Earth at the same acceleration, 9.81 meters per second squared. However, technically, I would have slightly more air resistance than any of you because I'm bigger. But we're not going to include it anyways. Does anybody need to see another problem? We only did one problem today because, in my opinion, that's all I think you need to see is one problem. If you want another one, I'll be glad to show one. Again, the big thing is this week, you're just using G for A. And if you want, here's your new formulas that you can use. Really, they're the same formulas as last week, except for we put a G in there. Anybody have any questions or need to see another example? Okay, well, I'll take that as a no. So, Damon, this is going to answer your question in a minute. So, for friends, this week, you have two assignments. One's a free-for-all quiz. Second one's a free-fall lab. I do want to mention in the free-fall lab, you could do that at Brick Day if you're coming to school. And what you would do is you would go up to the mezzanine in your group, can drop the balls down to the first floor. If you want to do that with a partner at Brick Day, you can. Otherwise, you can do it by yourself or you can do it with a partner at home. I live in an apartment. So in mine, I could go outside on a stairwell and drop it there. Maybe your house is 2 levels and you can drop it at your house. Here's the only thing I'm going to tell you on the free fall lab. Here's the only advice I'm going to give you. Please do not drop something ceramic that will break. Please do not drop something hard on your mom's floor. I say moms because always moms are the one yelling. At least that was a way at my house. Don't be dropping something hard that's going to dent your mom's floors, wood floors. Don't be dropping something that's going to crack your mom's ceramic tiles. You need to do this in an area where nothing's going to get hurt because I don't need you in trouble and I don't need your mom mad. I would suggest something like a bouncy ball. Or maybe you've got a plushie you want to drop. Or maybe you've got a G.I. Joe man or an Army man. Or maybe you got a Mr. Potato Head toy that you're going to drop on the I don't care what you do. Maybe you want to do eggs. Back in the day, we did egg drops, but eggs got so expensive, they're like $100 a piece. I don't do that anymore because they're too expensive. But if you want to drop an egg, you could do that. Um, Aiden, I didn't know you had a Roman grappling hook. If you have such a said thing, as long as your parents are cool with it, I don't care what you drop. It doesn't matter. So whatever you want, choose to do is fine. At school, here's the thing: we have concrete on the floor, so it doesn't matter if you drop something. But this is a lab. You guys might want to get together, 3 or 4 of you, work together, collect the data at school, because it's pretty easy. You drop and you time. So Aiden did. Not Aiden. Sorry, Aiden. Damien, did that answer your question? How you could do that in lots of different ways? If the other way I could do it, I live up in the mountains, so there's lots of rocks. I could climb on a rock and drop it off a rock. It doesn't matter. Please don't do this though. If for some reason you're going to New York City this week, don't drop it out of a skyscraper. It's against the law. Somebody can get hurt because those objects will reach terminal velocity. It can hurt people. So that's why we're doing it. One last thing about the lab. You're not going to measure the distance. We're going to be using that formula to calculate distance. So some of the students will email and say, Mr. Z, I don't have a meter stick. You don't need one. You're calculating, not measuring. So it doesn't matter how high you are. I would say this though. Ayla, may I pick on you for a second, Ayla? If Ayla and I are going to work in a group, make sure either Ayla drops the ball all the time the same or I do it because Ayla's a lot taller than me. So her dropping the ball would be a different distance, which would cause a different time than me. So please make sure if you're doing this as a group, always have the same person drop the ball, or you're going to be doing several balls. Drop the balls so you get good data. Because Ayla, I wish I was as tall as you, but I'm not. So Ayla, if we want more distance and more time, we'll use you. Okay, friend? Okay. So that's what we got going on this week. Again, the biggest thing is this week, A is G. G is 9.81 meters per second squared. You're going to think you don't have it. You read a problem, you're like, what's acceleration? I don't know. Oh, weird. It's gravity. So with that being said, any other questions about the lab? About the formulas? About gravity? All right. Well, if any of you have any individual questions, please let me know. Some of you turn in work, and I give you feedback. If you need help with the feedback, like what do I really mean, please come talk to me. I want you all to do as well as you possibly can. So if you're like, look at the feedback and you're like, hey, I don't really get this, or hey, how can I improve? Come see me. If you're behind on assignments, please come see me. I'm glad to help. If you need to do labs, but you don't have materials at home, come to school. You can do it then. So with that being said, thank you for being here week 6. I'm gonna let you go a little early so you can get working on stuff for this week. If you need help, come see me at support hours or come see me at Brick Day. Or if you have any individual questions, stay for a minute. I'll be glad to help. Thanks, friends. Have a great day.
Bye.
See ya. See ya.
Ten 15. What's my next class? I mean, I could probably just take this out of the way. Bruh. Okay. I don't know why I second guessed myself. Okay, well that was easy. That's an assignment crossed out. There are only like 4 things I need to do. Savings account versus investment account. Yeah, that's my brother's birthday. I've been relatively caught up with all my assignments. I'm just a little behind. 3.2. 1, 2. I'm just 2 things behind. Gosh. Things behind in math. Let's hope get that finished sometime. I have to wait until 10:15. is.
Oh, when does your class start?
Well, I already did my physics class. My next class is at 10:15.
Well, it just says you're missing class.
Well, I am up. What kind of apple is this?
I think the pink lady apple.
What kind of apple is this?
That is the black diamond apple.
What kind of apple is this?
That is the Granny Smith apple.
Okay. I've got an apper. She's not even gonna make it to the halfway point. You got cat burger again. You got consultant cat pretty easily. Huh.
Excuse me.
Oh shit! It's my pants.
Hey guys. Good morning. Hey Swifties. How's it going? Are you ready for it? Welcome. How are you guys? How was your weekend? It's been a few days since the start of the week, but I haven't seen ya. Just letting people in. Yeah, totally, Z. I feel ya. Hey, Brennan. How's it going, everybody? Good morning. Did you guys watch the Broncos lose on Sunday? That was rough, huh? Welcome to the Eras Tour. Whoop whoop. We are. Oh, I know. It was tragic. I agree, Brennan. Oh, that
Eating
whole
an
game
apple.
was so tight. It was hard to watch. We are studying types of evidence. So we're identifying the types of evidence and then we're evaluating types of evidence for their effectiveness. So in speeches or any sort of, rhetorical speaking or writing, writers and speakers are going to use evidence to support their thinking, as they should, right? And so it's up to us to determine, is the evidence credible? Is it convincing? Is it effective? And how does it impact our speech, right? Or their speech? So I'm going to wait maybe one more minute for people to join. So what better way to explore types of evidence than through or by going on an Eras tour? Are you ready for it? Okay. So let's go ahead and get started. I've got a warm up for you guys. So we're going to do a Swiftie scramble for our warm up. And then I'm going to go through the types of evidence. I'm going to give you some examples. It was tough for me to find some examples. Don't read into them too much. And then we are going to go on an Eras tour, okay? And then, of course, you guys are going to work in breakouts. I want you guys to do your best and share out when we're done, okay? So this is when you go on your actual Eras tour. Sound good? Just so you guys know, this week, I have a few more people joining, so I'm just going to kind of keep talking. This week, you guys are choosing a speech, I think. I give you some choices from everywhere from like really, historical speeches to more modern day, present day speeches. It's up to you what you want to choose to identify types of evidence, okay? More of us are coming in now. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Swifties. Going on an Eras tour today. I hope you're ready for it. All right. So, still have people coming in. Any questions before we get started? That's fine. If you want to be an anti-Swiftie, you can, but you're still going to this concert today, Brennan. You have to appreciate it. Okay. All right. For our warm-up today, we're going to do a Swiftie scramble. If you have a piece of paper in front of you, or you want to grab a Google Doc, you can choose one of these prompts, okay? So Swiftie scramble. So grab a Google Doc. You can either shake it off and write about a time you had to let something go and move on. You can do a love story. Imagine a modern day version of a classic love story like Romeo and Juliet or Beauty and the Beast. What would you change? Blank space. If you had a blank slate to create a new persona or character, who would they be? You belong with me. Write about a time when you felt left out or stood up for someone who was feeling left out. And then finally, anti-hero. What does it mean to be flawed but still be a good person? Can you think of a character or real person like that? So we're starting today with a Swiftie scramble. No worries, Samuel. Welcome. I'll give you guys some time. And just sort of like, 5 minutes to write. So choose one of these prompts. Shake it off, love story, blank space, you belong with me, or anti-hero. Hi, Milana. Hi, Alex. Hi, Dylan. So good to see you guys. Hi, Callie. Hi, Megan. Hey, Daphne. Hey, Z. Hey, Stella. Hey, Jack. Hey, Carter. And if you're ready to share sooner than later, let me know. Anyone have something? And if you don't have anything written down, that's fine. Maybe you just have some ideas that came to mind with these song titles, trying to make them more literary. For me, if I had to choose one of these, if I were a student in this class, I'd probably go with blank space. When you're 20 something and you're trying to decide who you want to be, what you want to do with your life, it can be hard and you can kind of be forced down certain paths. I don't know. I would maybe try to be a rock star. I can't play any instruments, but that sounds really fun. I really miss the boat on being like a social media influencer. I could totally be making bank by like designing houses or something. I don't know. These ladies make so much money. Anyone else want to share? Shake it off, love story, blank space, you belong with me, anti-hero. It could even be I had to shake off the fact that Miss Mullen's taking us on an Eras tour today. I just have to let that go and move on. Shake it off. Anyone want to share? Alex, go ahead. Thanks, hon.
So I did anti-hero,
Okay.
and I mean, I didn't try to relate it too close to the Swifty thing. I just kind of,
Totally fine.
but I just said an anti-hero is someone who does bad things for a good reason. Like they have a lot of flaws that don't make them a necessary hero, but their like reasons for doing it are always meant to be a sort of a caring way. Like
Yeah.
an example I kind of chose was Venom from Marvel
Yeah.
because he lacks the moral code to be a hero and does a
Yeah.
lot of really bad things
Right.
to the people he goes against. But in the end, he does it because he is simply trying to rid the world of all of the bad, I guess.
Yeah.
So
Wow. Beautifully said. I love that. I would never have gone in that direction. You got my gears going because I started rewatching the new Dexter, if you're familiar with that show. Yeah, he's sort of a vigilante as well. Gosh, anti-hero. What does it mean to be flawed but still be a good person? Yeah, Venom. That's awesome, Alex. Just thinking about, what came to mind was that term "good trouble," which you'll have. Actually, you'll have that speech this week as a choice. Yeah, what does good trouble mean, right? Anti-hero. I love that. Thank you so much. Anyone else want to share? Nothing? It's kind of hard to share something personal. Anyone else do any of these? Okay, let's move forward then. If it comes to you and you want to share later, you may. All right, so types of evidence. There are 4 types of evidence you'll likely always see in strong real world writing and speeches, okay? And then when you guys get to, if you're, not graduating early and you stay with me in quarter 3, when you guys get to your writing, real world writing, you're going to want to use these types of evidence, right? So a good writer or speaker is going to back up what they're saying with either facts, statistics, quotes, or examples, okay? And a really good writer or speaker is going to use a variety of all 4, right? So when you are reading or when you are writing rhetoric, you're going to look for facts, stats, quotes, and examples, okay? So fact is just a fact. It's not an opinion. A statistic, you're looking at a number of sorts, okay? A quote could be from someone, it should be from someone credible, okay? If you're thinking about ethos, and then examples, okay? So you're gonna pull in something that actually happened in history, for example, to prove your point, right? We've been through this before, for example, right? All right, Chase, I'd love to hear what you have to say when you are finished. Okay, what does it mean to evaluate? This is really higher order thinking, right? So and you guys will see Bloom's taxonomy in this week's discussion post, but it's sort of that highest level under analysis or even higher than analysis, because what you're doing is you're analyzing something first, okay? And then you're deciding after you've analyzed something, after you've analyzed a piece of writing, is it good? Is it bad? Is it effective? Is it ineffective? And therefore, is it convincing or unconvincing? Okay, this is critical thinking. I hope for you guys, as you go into the real world next year, any information that comes at you, and you guys are inundated, you're slammed with information all the time. Are you really looking critically at it? Are you looking at the evidence and determining this is good evidence or this evidence is actually really weak, right? This is therefore what they're saying is either convincing or unconvincing. It's effective or ineffective, and why, right? Critical thinking is huge, okay? So evaluating when reading means critically assessing and analyzing the content, arguments, and evidence presented in the text to form a well-informed opinion or judgment about its credibility, validity, and overall quality. Okay, so it's making a judgment. When I think of evaluate, I think of the judge scale thingy, right? Whatever that's called, where you're like, okay, all these things make it good, but all these things make it sort of not valid, not good, right? And then you decide the overall quality. okay? This skill is essential in various contexts, such as academic research, professional analysis, and everyday reading. It helps readers distinguish between what's reliable and unreliable information, okay? If you're just taking everything for face value all the time, all this media, all this stuff coming at you, and you're not really critically looking at the evidence yourself, then you're not really thinking, okay? You're not evaluating properly. So steps in evaluating evidence and determining effectiveness. Check the source, okay? If the sources are outdated, then it's maybe not going to be that great. You're looking at academic journals, government publications, established news outlets, and even that can be iffy. Some of our news outlets really lean, with bias in mind, okay? One way or the other. Peer-reviewed publications are generally more reliable than personal blogs or anonymous websites. So Google will pull up a lot of blogs, right? You got to be careful about that. Consider the author's qualifications and expertise. Are they new to the game? Do they really have the background and experience that we need to say that they're effective, say that they're valid? Consider bias. Be aware of potential bias in evidence. Assess whether the source has a particular agenda or bias that might affect the information's objectivity. Bias can be political, commercial, and ideological. Okay, if you're reading something or listening to something, consider if they're leaning more heavily one way or the other. Examine the date. This is what I just kind of said. Check the publication date of the evidence. Is it up to date? Is it relevant to the topic you're researching? Cross-reference. So if you find something, make sure that you check another source to make sure that that's true, right? If you're going to pull something from Wikipedia, or if AI is going to pull from all corners of the internet for you, you better cross-check to make sure that it's credible. If multiple credible sources support the same information or claim, then it's likely to be reliable. Evaluate the methodology. In scholarly works, examine the research methods used to gather and analyze the evidence. Were rigorous and objective methods employed? Did they really dig deep to find these facts? Are they being vague in their word choice, right? To sort of generally state something. Check the citations and ensure authors are provided, references from other works. Consider counter-arguments. So a well-researched nonfiction piece often acknowledges opposing viewpoints and counter-arguments. If the author addresses and rebutes counter-arguments effectively, because sometimes authors can bring in the other side of an argument, and it's like they're generalizing the other side. They're not really bringing up a strong claim on the other side, right? They're really just bringing it up to smash it down, right? Evaluate the logic. So assess the logical flow of the argument. Is the evidence presented in a clear, coherent, and logical manner? Does it support the author's central claims? Assess objectivity. Consider whether the evidence is presented objectively rather than subjectively, right? Or if it's laden with emotional language, propaganda. If it's really emotional, it's full of hate, it's full of fear, it's full of generalizations about something. Be careful. The evidence tends to be more reliable if it's rooted in facts and statistics. And then consult expert opinions in complex fields. You might not have all the evidence to evaluate things, so consult the experts and scholars. I gotta play all the songs. Okay, so this is kind of how I have it laid out. We're gonna look for types of evidence, and then we're gonna look for what feels muddy or vague. We studied word choice, and we clearly know the difference between precise wording and vague wording, right? So ineffective evidence. Republican National Convention speech by Clint Eastwood. This was 2012. In his speech at the 2012 Republican National Convention, Clint Eastwood famously addressed an empty chair, representing an imaginary conversation with Obama. During his speech, Eastwood criticized Obama's policies and said, "When somebody doesn't not do their job, you've got to let them go." What was muddy about it? Eastwood's speech was unconventional, but memorable. From an evidentiary standpoint, it was ineffective because it relied on a theoretical prop, right? Obama wasn't there. So it was this vague assertion without providing concrete evidence, right? Effective political speeches typically back up their claims with data, facts, specific examples, right? So that would have been more effective. So even if he was on to something, right? So even if you want to call out your opponent, great, call out your opponent, but say specifically where they messed up, right? Where's the facts? Where's the data? And that's going to be more effective. Chase, I'm going to circle back to you for sure. Give me a minute. Let's get through this. Okay, what else? Yeah, I love that, Chase. Like the gorilla song? Okay, yeah, I think I know which song you're talking about. Another example, 1921, Warren G. Harding's inaugural address. Harding is known for his vague general rhetoric. This kind of goes back to our word choice, right? It sounds important, but it lacks substance. So think about substance when you're evaluating. He said, "Our supreme task is the resumption of our onward normal way." Okay, just even there, what does normal way even mean? What do you mean by normal? Okay, reconstruction, readjustment, restoration, all these must follow. Again, these are abstract buzzwords. Okay, there's not clear policies being laid out. You say readjustment, you say restoration. Okay, what exactly do you mean by that? I know that Congress and the administration will favor the right. Justice is the goal alike of the people's will and the government's will, right? Favor the right. What is the right? Morally, politically, there's no specifics here, okay? So consider, consider substance. Is it vague? Is it rooted in facts? Are there details? Okay. So that's why it's ineffective or muddy. So again, you're going to look for the 4 types of evidence, and then you're going to look for what's vague, what's muddy, what's unclear. Okay. Questions so far? I'm kind of rolling through a lot right now. Any questions so far? Okay. All right, now we're going to go on our Eras tour. Has anyone seen Taylor Swift live? I have not, because her tickets are $1 million. My neighbor said she saw Taylor Swift for like a third of the cost in Europe. Like they went overseas, and her airfare and the ticket cost and everything was less than a Taylor Swift concert ticket in the United States, which is crazy. All right. So we're going to do a Swiftie evidence check. All right. So I'm going to actually be putting you guys in breakout rooms and groups. And you guys are going to read a fake article. Okay. So the album is real. She's got a new album coming out called Life of a Showgirl. But the article is absolutely fake. I want you guys to, it's a really brief article, read through the article and try to identify our 4 types of evidence: facts, stats, quotes, and what's the other one? Facts, stats, quotes, and examples. I got it. Okay. And then you're going to find what's muddy, what's vague, what's unclear, what's really not rooted in facts or stats, right? Or examples. Okay. So let's put you guys in groups first. And I'll have you guys let's do this. first thing I need to do is give you this article. So while I'm figuring out breakout rooms, here's the fake article. You can start reading that now. And then I'm going to put you into breakout rooms first, and then I will give you your slide deck. Let's do that. That sounds easiest. Okay. And once I pop in there, here, let me screen share again. Here's what you guys are going to see. So you're going to read the article individually or as a group, right? And then while the music plays, you don't have to play the music. You can fill in the slide as a group, okay? I'll show you the slide in a second. And then you're going to fill in the muddiest points, and then you're going to share out, okay? So with the article, right, you've got 2 tabs open. You're going to find the 4 types of evidence. You can copy and paste the evidence down here. Try to find at least 4, and then label the evidence. Is this first one a fact that you found, a statistic, a quote, or an example? Is the second type of evidence that you found a fact, stat, quote, or example, and so on, right? Okay, and then finally you're gonna find her muddiest, or the muddiest point of this fake article. Okay, we've got a fake author, fake publishing date, etc. So you should have that pulled up, okay? Any questions before I give you your slides and your breakouts? Okay, let's do this. Let's see. So, Jack, you're finding the 4 types of evidence that you just learned about in this article, right? Okay. And then that's it. So you're delineating between the types of evidence. You're telling what is the type of evidence that you found, and then you're finding vague evidence as well. What is unclear? What is not rooted in sustenance? Does that make sense? Let me put you in a breakout, and then I'll come help you guys in individual rooms. Does that sound good? I'll pop in. I got you. Don't worry. You've got 4 rooms here. Go ahead and head in, guys, and
Oh,
Do we just want to read the article independently and then circle back and see what we all came up with?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right.
This is 9 megabytes.
Hey guys, sorry for the wait. All right, if you go into the chat, one of you can open that slide deck, all right? And then in your group, you can share, one person can type. Okay, so screen share, one person can type if you want, or all of you can make your own copy and pull things, up to you. You all have the article, right? You're good? All right. Everyone doing okay in here? Okay. Hang on one second.
Is anyone finished with the article, or do we need more time?
I finished.
I finished too.
Gotcha. I'm finished as well. Do we just want to go over which parts we think are the different types of evidence then?
So I think that the muddiest point is that the album was streamed over 15 million times in the first 3 hours.
I thought that was the stat.
I put that as a stat too.
Yeah, I put that as the stat.
I put that down as stat as well.
I didn't put down the muddiest point.
I haven't gotten to the muddiest point technically yet either, but I think it would probably be the end of the article maybe, where it gives the two
Yeah.
quotes about like sparkled more than the moon,
Yeah,
because I
that's
don't
really
know what relevance that has.
the quote is the one. I couldn't stop listening. Every song feels like it was written for me. That was the quote that I put.
I put that down for a quote as well. I had 11th studio album down as a fact as well.
Yeah, that's what I put.
For example, I put down the part where it says "In Back to Purple," so sings about reclaiming lost confidence after a breakup.
Yep, that's exactly what I put. Honestly, the muddiest point that I can see is where it says it changed the pop genre forever, because that's extremely vague.
I think I'd agree with that, yeah, because they don't really have any proof of that either. It's just a claim that they made.
Yeah, it's super like way too vague.
It's very vague. That's a good call. I agree with that one for muddiest point.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Did you all feel like you were a part of the tortured poet society? Get it? Oh my goodness. You survived. All right. Anyone want to share what you pulled? A surprising perspective, a thoughtful comment from a teammate, a connection, a shout out. You could also share what you found. We could look at the article. Anyone feeling brave? Oh man, you guys are gonna hate me after this class. You're never gonna want to come back. Z, thank you.
So for us, for our muddiest point that we found,
Okay.
we said that it was that Life of a Showgirl changed the pop genre forever, because that was extremely vague and just was way too mysterious.
Yeah, it's not rooted in anything. There's no sustenance, there's no facts behind it, right? And it's very opinionated too. So sometimes those muddy points are often the bias. Great job. Thanks, Z. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate you. Dylan.
Another point that I thought was muddy was, wait, let me get out of here. Sorry, I'm stuck in the Zoom call.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, well, I can kind of remember what I said.
Okay.
The muddiest point for me was when they were talking about what the reviewers were saying, like, since you have it pulled up, sparkled more than the moon and giving major cosmic soul energy, because like I can tell those are meant to be positive, but it doesn't really tell me anything specific about what they got from the album. So I thought that was kind of muddier.
Right. Right. And also that's such a good point. You got my gears going, Dylan, because like who's the reviewer, right? Are we talking about someone from the Rolling Stone magazine or who's reviewing this? And if it's not a credible reviewer, anything they say is going to feel vague or muddy, right? I agree. I love that you pointed that out. Some of my favorite thriller books, I love to read the reviews on the back because if like Stephen King read it, I'm going to read it. You know what I mean? Love it. Great point. Awesome. Anyone else want to share? I've got the article pulled up. We can clearly see, according to Spotify, which there's some credibility in Spotify, right? Maybe some more credibility in Spotify than, say, I don't know, Pandora, right? 15 million times. There's a stat, right? There's a statistic for you right there. Okay. We want to look for those. Do you guys feel like as young people, you feel pretty good about critically evaluating sources, media, things that are thrown at you every day? You can kind of see or pull what feels vague, what feels biased, what feels fake, what feels, I don't know, rooted in facts and statistics. It's hard, isn't it?
I actually put that thing as my muddiest point because I did go into Spotify and check to see if there's at least like one song, maybe. And it's still, because sometimes they release songs early before the whole album.
Oh, sure.
And so I actually went and checked and I was like, there's nothing even out for it yet. So.
Whoa, yeah. I mean, Chase, yeah, totally. You really dug in. Good job. Yes, this is absolutely all fake. There's no Sky Summers. There's no Tumbling Pebble Entertainment News. This is all fake. So you did awesome because you actually dug in. That's rad. Z.
I also fact checked that how many studio albums she's done, and she's actually already done 11.
Yeah, see? Okay, now I feel good about I thought I was see it says fake Swifty article. You guys really like doubled down on ensuring how fake this was. Good job. I'm not gonna be worried about this generation going out into the world so much. You like to dig in, don't you? I'm so proud of you guys. That's awesome. Another muddy point, Brennan saying, is the teen. Ain't no way she's credible. I totally agree. Can we really trust a 14-year-old named Lily Cruz who says that this song just feels like it was written for me? Right? Nah. Feels muddy. I agree. There's not a lot of ethos there. Always got to be careful. Yes. Good job, guys. Guys, you rocked today's Eras Tour. I'm proud of you. I know maybe some of you don't identify as a Swiftie, and so you can't really dig into this stuff, but it seems like you did, and I'm so proud of you. So this week, if you want to take a look, I haven't even really looked at I know that the discussion is kind of fun because we're doing more real world stuff, right? So in terms of evaluating, the focus is more about that skill of evaluating. And you are going to you're going to like look at all the evidence of a product or something that you're into. Like you guys could even look at like types of cars or I think my example was about smartwatches, and you're going to pull up, or you could do like shoes, like expensive shoe brands or something, and you're going to pull up a product for purchase, and you're going to evaluate it, right? You're going to pull all the facts behind it and decide if it's worthy. Okay. So remember, evaluating is it good? Is it bad? And why? Okay. So my example again, Apple Watch 8 compared to Samsung Galaxy Watch 6. I know I'm a couple years behind here, especially with cost, I'm sure. But you evaluate the facts and you determine, what's better to buy. Okay. So I want you to have fun with this. I'm an adult in the real world. So like my brain goes to boring things like, should I get solar panels? Is an electric car worth it? Things like that, right? If I needed my gutters cleaned, who's the best guy to do it? You guys have more fun with this, okay? There's lots of stuff that you love. You could look at video games. You could look at, sports. You could look at 2 NFL sports teams and determine if you really wanted to evaluate 2 sports teams, which one is going to be the better sports team. You can evaluate all kinds of things. Have fun with this. It doesn't have to be for purchase. I just want you to have fun with this, okay? All right, and then for your sort of your apply assignment, I guess, you get to choose. And I have this list of choice speeches, okay? So you've got your questions here as usual. You can review the types of evidence here. And then some of these links might not be great. You guys know what to do. If the link is bad, Google the speech that you want, okay? So I give you some historical speeches, and then I give you some modern speeches as well, okay? John Lewis, he was the one who dubbed Good Trouble, right? And then you've got some modern speeches. And if there's a speech on this list that I haven't shared that you really want to dig into, go for it, okay? And then that's all I got for you guys. We have 2 weeks left after this week? It's crazy. So next week we do Gettysburg Address, and then you go back to choice speeches, and then it's finals week. And I never have a big final. You always just have a little reflection, okay? But you're working hard each week, right? You're working hard each week. That's the learning. You're getting my feedback. You're revising. You're making each week meaningful. Your final is just like, how did it go? Okay. That's all I got. Is Carter still here? Carter, your birthday's coming up. Happy birthday, bud, if I forget later this month.
Thank you.
Are you celebrating all month?
No.
Oh, you
Unfortunately not.
should. It's your birthday month. Do fun things every day. All right, guys, have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful rest of your week. I'm going to actually be at high school brick day for half the day. If you're in my yearbook leadership club, I'll see you there. Bye, guys. Have a great day. Bye, Jason. You too. Bye, Swifties.
I'm not The fuck, bro? Stop. actually recorded on myself looking at those. This is unacceptable. Hold on, I have to redo that. I have to edit my thing. Okay, enter full screen. I don't know why I like Maddie, man. Look at their dumb little profile picture. It's so cute. Just like, wow, this person's fun. Let's take a look. See here. All right, all right. So saving things as a PDF saves more storage in the long run. Learned that with the activity slides. QME export or COMI or whatever. It's even got a better operating system, a better video card, a better memory, and it's by the brand. Better hard drive, which is also by the brand. A better case, which is also by the brand. Well, that's one thing I can cross off from today's work. Or Monday work. What is cognitive bias? That means I have 3 things for Monday. Nothing else to do today. I could get some Khan Academy stuff done. Fuck, I'm hungry though. I'll be right back.
Whoa! Whoa! With the egg. Why do you have just a pile of clothes here?
I'll figure it out.
Don't be putting that in my eye. Why is there an apple core there? You need to make your bed.
Whoa.
Your mouth. Wait.
Mom.
Fine, man.
It's in the land. let's go. No.
Let me know via chat, and I will let you go. So you get the gift of time.
Oops, I'm 4 minutes late.
Hey, Maddie. We are working on the assignment that you see on the screen. It is 6.1 in Canvas or in the module. And you are making a Google Sheets based upon
Hey,
the video
everybody,
that's
for this
linked in the
lesson, we're going to
assignment.
really see the
Once you've
difference, the big
created that
difference
Google
between
Sheet
putting your money
that
into a
mirrors
savings
the
account versus
video,
a
you
investment
submit
account
it as
or
an
in
assignment for
stocks.
6.1,
So
and
what you'll
then
do
let me
is
know in the chat that
open
you're
up
done, and then
a
I will
Google
excuse you.
Sheet. So if you just type in, if you just go to Google and type in Google Sheet,
Should take about 25 minutes,
you'll
somewhere
see
around
free
there.
online spreadsheets, and then you'll get to log in with your school account, and it'll hopefully open a new blank spreadsheet for you like this. And what you're going to want to do is name it savings account versus stock investment account assignment if you want. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll make two columns. First, we're going to start with the savings account. Oops. And so for our savings account, I'm going to zoom in so you can see this better. For our savings account,
and if you finished it earlier today, you can work on the next
start
assignment.
with $1,000. Okay. And so what we want to do, this requires some programming or coding and some familiarity with how to type formulas into spreadsheets like Microsoft Excel and Google Sheets. So the first thing you're going to want to do is we're going to suppose that you're adding let's say $50 a month to your savings account, which is pretty reasonable. I think all of you can do that with your jobs. You can save $50 a month, and what that turns out to be is when you do 50 times 12, you don't have to write this part, but you'll see that 600. Okay, so that means you're saving $600 every year. So 50 times 12, that's 12 months in a year. So 50, that's $600 a year. That's pretty reasonable. I think everybody could set that as a personal goal, especially even in high school, you could do that. In college, you could probably even do more. I would say almost $100 a month, if not more. So, but we're just going to do $600 a year for right now. Okay, let's see what difference that makes. So in order to calculate, this would be year one. So let's say when you're 18 years old, we're gonna have this is gonna be your age. Okay, so let's see here. How do I underline that? Whatever. So there's your age. Okay, let's say you're starting at 18. Okay, 19, 20, and so on. Let's drag. What you can do is just write the first few numbers here and then highlight them. And then you can drag this corner here and it'll fill in. Yeah, let's go up to
Hey,
30.
Sonny, how are
That
you?
sounds good. All right.
I'm Mr.
Now,
K,
that was the
subbing
easy
for
part.
Mr.
The harder
Guinness.
part
Those of you that just
is
logged on,
what's the
you're
formula going to
completing a
be
Google
for
Sheets based on
calculating
the
the
assignment
next
that's on the screen.
spot right here.
It is
So I'm
6.1
gonna pause
in
the
the
video.
module. He wants you to
All
watch
right,
the
so the
video
equation we're going
and
to use
complete
is
the Google Sheets to match the video.
going to help us
Submit it as an
calculate how
assignment,
much
and then via chat,
we are
let me know that
saving,
you've
how much our bank
completed it,
account is
and I
growing
will excuse you.
essentially each year. So what you're going to do in this cell, not in this one, you're going to start in the cell underneath next to the age 19. You're going to double click so that you can see the cursor there. And what you're going to do is type in equals sum, S-U-M, not S-O-M-E, but S-U-M, and then put a left parenthesis like that. Okay. In fact, there's a sum. As soon as you start typing sum, you'll see it pop up here. You can just click on it and it'll make the parenthesis for you. Now, what we want to do is when you're assuming, so what we're assuming here is that in a savings account or an investment account, you are not withdrawing any money. You're not spending this money. This is what people do with their savings accounts and their investing accounts. They don't touch the money because it's supposed to grow and grow year after year. And you use your checking account for money that you want to spend. So checking account would be money you want to spend. So this is a savings account. This is money we don't spend. So what we do is we want to create a sum and we want to start with this initial amount of $1,000. So what you have to do is you literally click on the cell. You don't type in 1,000. You click on the cell 1,000 and you'll see it'll say a letter and a number. Yours might not say B3. Mine says B3 because that's the column and row that 1,000 is in. It's in column B, row 3. If yours is in a different column and different row, it's going to say a different letter and number here. But just make sure it's highlighted, and that means you're doing it correctly, okay? What we're going to do is we're going to take this 1,000, we're going to add, so you're going to put plus, and then what are you going to add? You're going to add, well, for a savings account, let's take a look. I Googled this because you shouldn't just take my word for it. Anything in this class, you shouldn't just take my word for it. You should ask a professional financial advisor, or you should do your own research. Okay, so what is the interest rate you should be getting on a savings account? It turns out it's 0.008%. I'm going to round that up to 1%. Okay, it's less than 1%, but I'm going to say it's 1%. So 1% as a decimal is 0.01. Okay, not 0.1, because that's 10%. 0.01. And what you do is you say times. So times in this program is the asterisk symbol, which is shift 8. So shift 8. That's the time symbol. You can't put an X. Don't put. Oh, actually, X looks like it might work, but I'm not gonna. I think you have to use a time symbol. So, or the asterisk. So let's do that. I'm curious to know if that works, but I'm gonna use the asterisk symbol. And what are we multiplying 1% by? We're multiplying 1% of our original amount. So you're gonna click on 1,000 again. You'll notice it shows up twice. So the B3 in my example is referring to the $1,000. So we're starting with the $1,000 and then we're adding 1% of $1,000 the next year. So I'm going to hit enter. And check this out. Okay, so it did the math for us. If you click on the cell again, if you double click on the cell, it'll show you the formula again. How it got that answer. It's taking $1,000 and then adding 1% of 1,000. Oh no, what just happened? I don't want that. Just hit enter when you're done. Don't try to click out of it. Okay. So now by the time we're 19, our savings account only has a, oh, and we want to add the $50. I forgot about that. So we also want to add the $50 because remember how I talked about we're going to save $50 every month. So it's $600 every year. So we're going to add that $600 in here as well. So I'm going to do plus 600 here at the end. Okay, because we have to add that $600 that we saved all year. All right. So this is how much our, okay, because we have to add that $600 that we saved all year. All right. So this is how much our, when we turn 19, when you turn 19, this is how much you'd have in your bank account, your savings account, the following year. Now we could do this again, and I'm going to do it again. Right here, if we want to figure out how much we have at the age of 20, I'm going to double click and type equal sum. Okay, click on it so it's capital letters with parentheses. And I'm going to do it. Now I'm not going to start with 1,000 because now I have this much money. I have 1,610. So I'm going to click on that now. Plus, click on it again, or you could do 0.01 times. Do it again. I'm going to click on it again. Okay. And then you can close the parentheses and put plus 600 because we're going to add $600 to every year as well because that's in our save. That's going towards our savings.
Okay, Maddie.
Okay, hit enter. Oh, all right. Now we're starting to look a little better. Now we have 2,226. Okay, the good news is you don't have to keep doing this. You don't have to keep writing the formula every time. Watch this shortcut. This is a really nice shortcut. If you click on this cell with the last cell you did, and see this little box in the corner, bottom right? Okay, watch what happens when I drag this to the next one. Whoa.
Bye, Zoe.
It automatically did the calculation again. Because if I double click, notice it did the same formula again using the previous number. And I'm going to drag it again. Whoa, and you can just keep dragging it. So check this out. By the time you're 25, that savings account will have $5,000. 5 times as much money as what you started with. And you can keep going to 30. All right. So by the time you're 30, you can almost buy a used car, right? That's like a $8,000, $8,700. That's like the price of a used car, maybe. All right. Pretty cool, right? And you did, by the way, the money grew on its own. I guess you were adding $600 every year, but the money grew on its own. Let's watch what would happen with an investment account. So for your assignment, you're going to have to copy and do all these steps. So in the column next to savings account, I'm going to call this investment account. Okay? So let's watch what happens in our investment account. I'll make this green. All right. We're going to start with $1,000 again. And this time, I don't know, I'm just formatting because I got OCD. I like to have formatting. Let's go like that. There we go. That looks better to me. All right, so this time we're going to start with $1,000. We're still going to add the $600 every year. That's $50 a month or $600 every year. But let's figure out. So we said the savings account was 1%.
Do you just
savings
leave when you complete the assignment?
1% of interest.
Nope, you just let me know and then I will say goodbye. See you later.
I want you to think what the stock market returns. Because the stock market returns more than a savings account. So go ahead and pause the video and just think about how much you think an investment account would return every year. Well, I Googled it, so let's take a look. All right. What is the average stock market return? About 10% a year. All right. A lot better than 1%. And you're going to see how much better this is. So In this cell, we're going to use the same formula. Equal sum. Click. See how you can just click on the sum right here? So just click on that. Or you can type it out. It doesn't matter. It works either way. All right, so we're going to click on 1,000. Then plus. Now, we have to do 10% of 1,000. So 10% as a decimal, think about what 10% as a decimal is. 0.10, not 0.01, but 0.10. All right, then the time symbol or the asterisk. You got to do the asterisk. Click on 1,000 again. All right, so this is 1,000 plus 10% of 1,000. That's what this formula means. 1,000 plus 10% of 1,000. Close your parentheses and then put plus 600 at the end because we're going to add $600 every year to our account. Hit enter when you're done. Ah, look at the difference. Okay, in the investment account, our account now when we're 19 years old, when you're 19 years old, would actually have $1,700 rather than 1,610. All right, so I'm going to do the trick now. I'm just going to drag the corner of the box. You don't have to keep retyping the formula. We're just going to drag this down 1 year and see what happens. All right, by the time you're 20, it's still more money in the investment account. Let's go to 25. Okay, looking pretty good. Almost 2,000, well, no, more than $2,000. Let's keep dragging it. I'm going to keep dragging it to the end. Look at that. By the time you're 30, it's almost twice the amount of money in your investment account. 2 times as much. This, you could buy a brand new car with this amount. $16,000, you could definitely buy a brand new car. 8,736, you're probably buying a used car. All right, so you'll see the growth is much bigger. And if we kept going, you can keep going all the way to 50 even. Let's just look. Or let's go to 40 first. Okay, so let's watch what happens at 40. All right, in the savings account, it's about $16,000. Which, look.
Hey, Carter. See you later.
That's pretty much the amount we had when we were 30 in the investment account. See that? I wasn't expecting that to happen, but that's interesting. The savings account at 40 is the same as the investment account at 30. All right, let's see what happens. Whoa! Now we're talking. Now at the age of 40, the investment account is 3 times as much, almost not quite 4 times as much, but 3 times as much, a little more than 3 times as much money. Okay, now you're talking, this is a down payment on a house. You could put, this is enough money to make a down payment on a house. Okay, so you can afford to buy a house at this age. Okay, just by, and another thing that we're not even considering with this is, remember, we're only doing $600 every year. When you graduate from high school and then you graduate from college, you're going to be able to put more than $600 away every year. You'll probably be able to put 1,000, sometimes 2,000, sometimes 3,000. You'll actually be able to put a lot more. So if you wanted to play around with this, if you were curious, like, oh, well, I can definitely see myself saving more than $600 every year. Because remember, it's only $50 a month. That's not a whole lot of money. $50 a month, that's like, not buying one PlayStation video game every month. I think you can afford to not buy one PlayStation video game every month. If you wanted to see what would happen if you put 1,000, save $1,000 every year, let's see how much that changes things. Look at that. By just saving $1,000 every year, you actually end up getting to $80,000 when you're 40. Okay, so this is how people build their wealth without necessarily, being rich, without being a doctor or a lawyer. You can still build wealth with being a teacher, for example, like me. Okay, if you invest your money. Now, there's one thing that this formula doesn't account for. Okay, and it's that you're not guaranteed to have any of these amounts. You're not. You're not guaranteed to have $14,000 at the age of 29. Why? Because when your money grows, it doesn't grow in a straight line. Okay, your money grows kind of like this. All right, and so if you start, $1,000 is right here at the bottom. Well, in a couple of years, look, let's say this is year 5. Well, year 5, you might still only have about $1,000 because the market crashed right here. But then if you had waited, you don't want to sell your stocks during a crash. Don't do that, because if you wait it out, and let's say this is year 7 now. Year 7, it looks like you might have $5,000 in this account. All right, and then a small crash happened again, and then it went back up.
See you later.
So you're never
You bet.
guaranteed
Bye.
an exact amount of money at any given time when you invest in an investment account. But over the long term, you'll notice we're always going up if you wait long enough. The growth of a savings account is much more stable. It's more like this, but it's not very fast. So I should actually make my line a little shallower, like this. So yeah, it doesn't really go down. Okay, it doesn't really go down. It only goes up, but it's going up slowly. So which one would you rather have? Would you have the slow growth like this, or would you rather have something that's, oh yeah, it's going to come down, then it's going to come up, then it's going to come down, then it's going to go up, and then it's going to, I'd rather have the one over the long term that is going up, and yes, it goes down at times, but in the long run, it's going up faster than this savings account. All right, and there are charts of this. You can Google this, savings account versus stock market growth, something like that. Look at this. Okay, savings account's in red here. Very slow growth, but it's steady. There's no crashes. You're not losing money. Look at the stock market. Ooh, you actually lose money. Holy cow, you actually lost money here. But if you didn't sell all your stocks and you waited, you can actually grow that investment account much faster. Look at that, twice as much money in that account.
I'll finish these
There's
summons,
all
okay?
sorts of
See you later,
charts
Lewis.
like this, where you can see how much. And look how unsteady it is. Look at this huge crash right here. This was COVID.
See you later, Ella.
2021 COVID crash. Yeah, stock market crash. But if you didn't panic and you didn't sell all your stocks, you held on to your stocks after the COVID, you made all your money back, all of it. Because look, it came back to the same height and actually went past it. All right. So I hope that makes sense. So for your assignment, all you're going to do is copy what I did with the example of, you're going to do the example of $1,000 adding the 600 every year. The $1,000 and adding 600 every year. And you can go up to either 30 or 40. I don't care which one you do. And, oh, you know what? Let's see. I think you can graph both of these too. So if you highlight just the numbers all the way to the titles, and then you do insert chart.
Hi, Jason.
That's the last thing I want you to do. Check it out right here.
You too. See you
It
later.
graphs it for you. Okay, you can see how much faster it's growing, and there's different versions of this. I don't care which one you pick. The line chart's fine. This one's fine. So then what you can do is you can minimize it and move it over here. So now you have both of them on the same page. So this is what I want you to share with me when you're done. And then before you take the quiz is going to cover questions that was covered in this video. And so what you do is you hit share and you share that link with me. So make sure it says, when you hit share, make sure it says change so that anyone with the link can view it. Hit copy link, and that's what you can share with me. Okay? Cool, cool. Well, have a great rest of your week, and let me know if you need help with this. Hope you learned something useful.
If you guys want to log off and work on this, continue working on this without being on camera, you can do that. Just make sure you get it submitted.
I'm finished.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Chase. See you later.
See ya.
See ya.
That's today done. Let's go.